We're on. Thank you. Welcome to the Board of Ed meeting being held on Tuesday, March 12th, 2024. We're calling the meeting to order at 5 p.m. If you can please call the roll.
Mrs. Arvanitis,
Here.
Mrs. Asif,
Here.
Mrs. Caforio, Mr. Collins,
I'm here.
Dr. Henry,
Here.
Mrs. Hassler,
Here.
and Mrs. Troutman.
Here.
6 board members present, 1 absent. Can I have a motion to go into closed session?
I move that the Board of Education go into closed session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1. Collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. 5 ILCS 122C2. Discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06, 5 ILCS 122C21.
Can we get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion by Ms. Troutman, second by Ms. Hassler. Can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes?
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Asif,
Yes.
Dr. Henry,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
and Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, 0 now absent. Motion passes. Board moves into closed session. Thank you. Welcome to the Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, March 12th, 2024. The board has been in closed session since 5 p.m. For the items listed on the agenda. We have 7 board members present and 0 absent. At this time, I ask that we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, thank you. The board, just to let everyone know, just came out of closed session, and we will be going back into closed session after we finish our open session. We will start tonight with our spotlights and recognition. And up first, we have the DuPage County Spelling Bee winner. If you can please come on up.
Good evening. My name is Jackie DeCipio, and I'm the principal at Bryan Middle School, and I'm honored to attend tonight's board meeting celebrating Sean Gibbons. Sean is an 8th grader at Bryan Middle School and has recently been crowned the official winner of the DuPage County Regional Spelling Bee. Sean confidently spelled the word ossuary to secure his win. Sean will now move on to represent DuPage County in the 2024 Scripps National Spelling Bee that will take place in Maryland in May. Sean is a valuable member of our Bryan Bear family, where he participates in our Bricks and Boards Club as well as the math team. Congratulations, Sean. We are so proud of you.
Oh my God. I'm just going to read something awesome for you because we just want to keep talking about how amazing you are. I just pointed out to Mrs. DeCipio that I also was going to point out the amazing word that you spelt to win this amazing opportunity. Not only are we so proud of you, we're so grateful for all your teachers and your parents for supporting you in this endeavor. And we as the Board of Education are so excited to see you win this spelling bee in DC because we know you're going to do it. So on behalf of the board, it is with great pride and enthusiasm that we recognize the outstanding achievement that you are, Sean, a student from Bryan Middle School who became our official DuPage County Regional Spelling Bee winner. Whereas, as the DuPage Regional Office of the Education, in its dedicated efforts since 2007 and 2008 school year, has coordinated the Regional Spelling Bee, showcasing exceptional talents of local students spanning from 1st to 8th grade. And whereas you, Sean, through your exemplary spelling, have secured the esteemed title of DuPage County Regional Spelling Bee Champion, therefore earning the district honor of representing the DuPage County region at the 2024 Scripps National Spelling Bee in Washington, D.C. Whereas the Scripps National Spelling Bee, an educational program launched in 1925, stands as the nation's largest and longest running platform, attracting over 200 spellers from across the country and the world to compete in this prestigious event. And whereas this accomplishment brings amazing pride and prestige to Bryan Middle School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit District 205 express deep appreciation and congratulations to you, Sean, for your outstanding performance.
Congratulations. Next up, we have York Speech Team. If the team, can come on up with the sponsor or coach, that'd be great. And team members, if you can walk towards me and then stand right in the center and face the crowd, right where these boxes are on the floor. There you go. Thank you. First, the sponsor, are you going to say a few words? Sure.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening. Good evening. It's been a long day. My name is Mr. Kevin Martin. I'm the head speech coach of the York Speech Team, and this one of our coaches is with us, Mr. Ali. And we had a exciting season this year, very successful. Most of our tournaments that we attended during the regular season, we placed in the top 5. And then as we entered the state series in February, our team was double regional champions in individual events as well as PIR. And this year, for the first time in York Speech Team history, we were sectional champions, advancing 12 events to state out of 14 events. And that was also the most of any IHSA school competing at the state finals. And our team finished 4th at the state tournament, putting 8 finalists in the final round at state, which again is a record for the York Speech Team. On behalf of the speech team, thank you. We are very excited for the season, and we want to thank the school for your support, also the parents, school board, teachers, administration as well.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Been around a long time. When I remember when you were hired, and have been able to watch you build this team and have so many great successes by working with kids who just are willing to put everything out there, including getting up at a crazy hour on a Saturday morning, something like 5 or 6 in the morning, to hit a bus and spend the day at a speech meet. So thank you to the teachers that build into our kids, and thanks to all of you and the rest of your team that practices, gets up early, stays late after school to really bring pride to our community. So I'm going to read a proclamation to honor you, and just also to bring awareness to the community of your accomplishments. So whereas the York Community High School speech team concluded its most successful season, achieving unprecedented milestones, including a 7th consecutive victory at the Novice Invitational, and consistently finishing in the top 5 each week, and securing the title of regional champions, and claimed 2nd consecutive regional championship. And for the first time in team history, the overall team emerged as sectional champions, advancing 12 of 14 events to the state finals, the most in school history. So it's with great pride that we, as an administration and Board of Education, celebrate the remarkable achievements of you, the speech team. The speech team's exceptional achievements culminated in 4th place at state, and the individual talents of the team members shone brightly, resulting in commendable rankings in their respective categories. And while I will not get these names correct, I'm going to read them because I think it's important that they be recognized. Fernando Valdez Nicholson, 3rd place in oratorical declamation and informative speaking. Andrea Alcaraz, 3rd place in original oratory and special occasion speaking. Declan Fahey, 5th place in extemporaneous speaking. Alyssa Kachipoli, 5th place in poetry. Ian Southwell, 6th place in impromptu speaking. And Lucas Baer, 7th place in prose reading. So whereas this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to York Community High School, to District 205, and the community of Elmhurst, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst District 205 express deep appreciation and big congratulations to the speech team and their coaches for this outstanding performance. So thank you, and good luck in your next endeavors.
take yours.
Thank you. Next up is the CTE Teacher of the Year.
In the middle, center. It's great. Okay. So, but I'm not being recognized. Good evening, everyone. We are delighted to honor our CTE Teacher of the Year, Mr. Dan Kallenberg. Mr. Kallenberg has been instrumental in the development of a cutting-edge manufacturing program at York Community High School, which is a testament to his visionary leadership. His commitment to providing students with a comprehensive and hands-on learning experience is truly commendable. Under his guidance, the state-of-the-art manufacturing lab space was established, providing students with the tools and resources they need to thrive in the ever-evolving world of industrial technology. Dan's impact goes beyond his classroom and the students he sees daily. He recognized the importance of nurturing interest in industrial tech from an early age and took the initiative to create and lead a summer manufacturing camp for middle school students. This not only exposes young minds to the exciting possibilities within the field, but also lays the foundation for the next generation of innovators and problem solvers in York's manufacturing program. His forward thinking can also be seen as well through his mentorship and guidance, which has led countless students to find their path and discover their potential in these dynamic and fulfilling professions. Mr. Kallenberg is more than deserving of the CTE Teacher of the Year. His contributions have not only enhanced the educational experience for students, but have also shaped the future for industrial technology education at York and the entire district. Please join me in expressing our deepest gratitude and congratulations to Mr. Dan Kallenberg for his outstanding achievement and unwavering commitment to excellence in education.
You can stay right there for just one more minute. So I've said this before, and I'll continue to say how appreciative I am of all of the opportunities that are offered to our students in District 205. I mean, the ability to try new things and explore all the areas that they can, help them to decide what they may or may not want to do when they leave York High School and move on to do something else. And you've been so instrumental in helping students to explore more areas, and it seems like it's just constantly increasing. The industrial technology department at York is amazing, and you're one of the teachers that allows kids to try out new things. And I know the program, and I know that if kids have something specific they want to dabble in or try out, you're always there to help them do that. So thank you so much, and congratulations. And Carrie said most of what was in my proclamation, but I'm just gonna say a little bit that she didn't touch on. So Daniel Kallenberg's ability to inspire and engage students has left an enduring impact on their educational journey, creating a legacy of excellence that will continue to shape the future of industrial technology education. And this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to York Community High School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst. The Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express deep appreciation and congratulations to Daniel Kallenberg for this outstanding achievement. Thank you so much.
Thanks again, Mr. Kallenberg, and congratulations. Next, oh, yay. There you go. Next up, we have Lincoln Elementary School Spotlight.
All right, good evening, everyone. Nice to see so many of you. My name is Calissa Smith, principal at Lincoln.
My name is Maureen Schroeder, assistant principal at Lincoln.
This year, we wanted to highlight some of the great work going on to support all of our students in their learning. We started our year with a theme of the power of we, and today we'd like to highlight how that has come to life as we've evolved this year. We started with a beautiful new building, continuing to get to nestle into that and see all the spaces used at a great capacity. But partnered with that, thank you for your support for our great curricular resources. This year, we're continuing to dig into those resources and show up to be able to continue to educate our staff and then also impact student learning at a greater rate. I have the all right, look at this, I'm in power. Okay, so one of the areas that we've tried to continue to deepen because we know it's such a strong investment and a huge shift in a lot of our practice as educators into the science of reading. So we had a school SIP goal of executing instruction that meets the demands of grade level standards, promotes foundational skills and knowledge building. With our complex text sets, aligned writing tasks, we are going to increase the numbers of students meeting and exceeding standards with no student regression on both MAP and IAR. How are we going to do that? In line with district initiatives to educate, engage, and empower, I'm going to speak to a little bit of the work we've been doing from the adult lens, and then more fun and more importantly from the student lens. So we're going to kind of dig in. A few of the highlights of this year are that we've continued to engage in our Coaching for Urgency series. Last year we were in the implementation coaching, and this year we got to go a little bit deeper to continue to refine that level of instruction to be able to continue to meet the diverse needs of our students. Our instructional coach has been pivotal in working with a foundations coach. So again, thank you for that investment. By having somebody available for our teachers and our instructional coach and Ms. Schroeder and I to be able to bounce ideas off and question and deepen our understanding has really allowed for even greater student success and teacher confidence in what they're doing. At late arrival, we've realized that over the last few years, we've endured quite a lot of change. We've put a lot of tools in the toolbox, but we didn't necessarily have the time to be able to dig in and say, are we using them to their greatest capacity? So at some of our late arrivals, we've instituted something called Ed Camp, where we are allowed to let teachers kind of choose their pathway on where they want to dig in a little bit further into their learning, but also share some of the great learning. We only have a couple of teams that are in the Foundations coaching series and a few teams that are in the Wit and Wisdom Coaching for Urgency. And these Ed Camps allow for those teachers to kind of pollinate that learning to be able to have a greater impact vertically across our school. As leaders, we've been able to continue to think about how are we giving feedback, where are we prioritizing our observations, and we have tools now to be able to use for math and for foundations, our SEL tools, as well as our Wit and Wisdom that are really allowing for us to hone in on the areas of greatest impact. We've continued to engage our PLCs. They meet twice a week, and there's some short cycle inquiries, but these PLCs during our Ed Camps also are digging in and now getting to use those tools of the student work analysis, building inter-rater reliability, right? Because as you know, with any new change, it's easy to have spotty successes. We want that to feel cohesive. Our school and grade level teams meet for our pulse checks every 6 weeks to monitor how is this learning showing up in our students and how do we need to adjust instruction to better meet their needs. We empower all by our individuals and teams being able to be engaged in specific coaching cycles. So from our data reviews, we're able to look at some trends in our data and then hone in tighter on how we can better support the teachers to impact more students. Our primary and intermediate teams are digging into book clubs about understanding the shifts in teaching for science of reading. And then we're continuing to deepen our understanding around how we personalize instruction to make sure there's no student left behind. Some evidence of our learning. as we dig in, these are just, again, we're learning about what are we measuring and how is that telling the story about the impact it's having on student learning. Our MAP achievement for winter shows 78% of our students are meeting or exceeding. We know that there continues to be some opportunities for growth. So we looked at writing as one of the highest forms of literacy, and how is that showing up in our SBRs, because our goal is that we are deepening our students' understanding of grade level rigor on those standards. And we had 78% of our students, kindergarten through 5th grade, that get a 3 or higher on trimester 2, with increased consistency across all classrooms to be able to help empower each of those grade levels, and then continue to see themselves as building blocks for what's coming next. We had about 16% of our students with 2s or more, but more importantly, the conversations that are happening in PLCs around what are we accepting as evidence of students' mastery of these standards has been one of the most powerful pieces that we've seen, and getting to now, you'll get to hear in just a minute, from how is that showing up in our students' learning. These numbers are, it's pretty exciting that it's consistent that our formative assessments, the things that we're using, are kind of matching up with some of the summative assessments that we see here. I'm going to pass over to Maureen to share some of the students.
Thank you. So as we've been deepening our own learning, our students are really deepening their own learning with these essential questions. These essential questions are for our students' learning at each grade level. Each module focuses on a topic that builds the student's knowledge of the world and ideas. The essential question really guides the learning in each module using the rich, diverse grade level text. So we wanted to capture some of that learning by hearing directly from our students and what they've learned and how it's changed their thinking or feeling about a topic. As you can see from some of those questions, it's really a broader sense. Yes, they are building on what is a main idea, what is the character feeling, but we're really looking at it, how is it affecting our community and our world?
Go. I'm so excited to learn about this book and how why it works like this. So we're making a house in the mountains, and like what's different from then and now, and like they had to walk to their potties. They had to pump their water. If they wanted to take the bath, they had to pump the water into a bucket, fill it into a tub. Creatures can help protect them, and they can survive, and that's how they catch their prey.
Hey, what did learning about how people respond to injustices teach you?
It taught me that if you're in a tough situation, that you should, you should never give up, and you should keep trying until you finish what you would like. You can fight with your mouth, not just your fists. They're trying their best, like sending rovers to other planets and sending other people to the moon to learn more about it.
How did learning about survival in extreme settings change the way that you think?
And it changed the way I thought, because it made me more grateful for what I had. Because in the book we read called Hatchet, the boy had to make everything by himself. And when he got rescued, he appreciated everything his mom did for him.
All right, hi, 5th graders.
Hi.
What was the most important or interesting thing you learned about how and why writers play with words?
I learned that
Got cut off, sorry. I worked with some students on iMovie, and we're getting better. We're still in a learning stance, so I have to work on not cutting people off. But she talked a lot about how wordplay brings humor and helps to visualize the text better. So again, we really love to keep doing those pulse checks. If you come to Lincoln, you'll see us popping around, stopping and talking to the kids. It's most important for us to kind of hear it from their perspective. How is this learning impacting them, and how is it changing the way they think and feel about the world? And the resources provided by you, thank you, have allowed us to to really build on that and use it as a strong foundation. So that power of we comes together with all of us, and we just really appreciate all of your support and getting to hear some of our story today. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith and Ms. Schroeder, for taking the time to give us a glimpse of what's happening in your school building and how you're growing teachers, but more importantly, creating that welcoming and warm environment where kids seem to be able to thrive. So thank you very much. We'll move on to public comments. The public comments section of the board meeting provides an opportunity for community members to share information and perspectives with the Board of Education. And while the board does not respond during public comments, we are listening and thoughtfully considering the messages being shared. Each of us have high expectations for our community and ask that public comments are respectful and do not mention any individuals by name. The way in which we publicly engage when sharing differing perspectives is an opportunity to model healthy and respectful discourse for our students and greater community while creating an environment of collaboration and partnership. There will be up to 30 minutes allocated for public comments with up to 3 minutes per public speaker concerning items on this agenda. The board secretary will give a reminder when you have 30 seconds left. Let's begin with our first speaker.
Mr. Zerkowski.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm Dave Zerkowski, Elmhurst resident, 20 years. Is it okay if I remove this from the stand? Just but keep it on, better on, okay, just so I can read a little better. Okay, I'm going to read something here and I'll tell you why I'm reading it. We'll come back to it. But in a 2015 study, psychological scientists only needed 3 hours to convince 71% of subjects that they had committed a serious crime, like assault with a weapon, during their teenage years. The participants even provided detailed and vivid descriptions of the fictitious crimes. This startling discovery demonstrates how susceptible we are to false recollections. And so what does that have to do with anything? So I wrote on my form that I came to talk about this Illinois bill, this HB 4876. And I thought about that, what I just read to you. I got that August 4th of this year, and it never left my head. I got it sent to me by somebody. And I said, well, that sounds like brainwashing to me, but that's adults. It takes 3 hours, less than 3 hours, to make them think they committed a crime, and then they start telling you how they did it. But they didn't really do it. Kind of crazy, and that's adults. So I started to think, well, who are so gullible? Who could be these people that would fall into that category? And then I started to think about kids. And if you keep repeating the same thing over and over to them, they'll believe pretty much anything, starting at an early age. So I started to think about this bill and what it does and how it changes the landscape of what school is really doing in relation to kids outside the bounds of reading, writing, math, and science, and whose right it is to make those decisions. So I got a petition, and we're out trying to have people sign it locally, but I did take it to people in Park Ridge, Arlington Heights, Maple Park, Western Springs, and to 2 people who are very close friends of mine who have kids that are in, you'd say, potential transition stage. One is 23 and one is 13. And they read it. They read the petition, which basically outlined the points of the bill, and then also outlined the point of what I was hoping to achieve, which is to get something to accompany that bill that says parents must be consented, parents must be informed.
30 seconds.
And in doing so, the people with the children that are in this transition phase were like, this is insane. And there are people who are in this. They're like, give me it. I'll sign it. I'll absolutely sign it. How could the parents not be involved? It's crazy. The responses from people in Elmhurst, just out on the street, people I did not know, people by the library, was the same, incredulous. Like, who sponsored the bill? What person would want their kids subjected to somebody else's ideas about what they should or should not do?
3 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. I just want everybody to be aware that that is the sentiment, and I'm glad I was able to relay that to you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Chavez.
Hi, good evening. Before I get into my comments, I want to thank Jim Collins for being the only school board member with the guts to sign the right to parent petition. At the last school board meeting, I shared the petition with all of you. Jim was the only one who took the time to learn about the petition and sign it. So thank you, Jim, for standing up for parents' rights. The petition asks a simple question. Shall the written consent from a minor's parent or guardian be required before any entity, person, clinic, or school can provide a minor under age 18 any non-emergency medical procedure, medication, pharmaceutical, or any gender modification procedure, gender identification, gender-affirming counseling, or gender therapy? If enough signatures are received, the question will appear on the November 2024 general election ballot. Seems like a simple ask from the administration and the Board of Education, unless, of course, you're not a fan of parents' rights. The complexion of the conversation around curriculum and rampant political activism in D205 schools has changed dramatically with HB 4876. The radical progressive Democrat proposed legislation that would strip away parental rights. Radical progressives are no longer just indoctrinating and confusing children. They are brazenly trying to use political muscle to drive a wedge between parents and their children. FOID emails show administrators, teachers, and school counselors are using school time and taxpayer dollars to promote progressive ideological agenda in our schools. Why is a school counselor, or more accurately, a school activist, organizing a Lights for Liberty, a radical progressive organization, rally on school time? Shouldn't she be laser focused on helping kids get accepted to colleges or spending her time giving them career advice? Seems very distracted with activism. Why was a FOIA request from July 2023 for GSA clubs rejected on the grounds of being unduly burdensome, with over 38 hits across 600 D205 email accounts? Why was a FOIA request for communications responsive to the Elmhurst League of Women Voters rejected on grounds of unduly burdensome, with more than 19,000 emails? By the way, the League is nonpartisan in name only. Voter registration comes with a heaping dose of progressive activism. Why is the Elmhurst Pride Collective urging teachers and administrators to use gender pronouns? According to the communications, some teachers, would a priest from a local church telling teachers that certain students only feel included and welcome if the Lord's Prayer is recited before class be welcome?
30
Same
seconds.
difference, right? Just different religions. At a February board meeting, board president Athena Arvanitis fell off her chair when Jacob Wirtz told her that students in D205 performed as well or better than 76% of their peers nationally. Shall I remind Athena that less than half of this year's York freshman class could do math at grade level? Not a single Sandburg Middle School low-income 8th grader could do math at grade level. And the equity gap is widening significantly, not closing. Less activism, more academics would be a giant step in the right direction. Thank
3
you.
minutes, thank you.
I have petitions here that all this is doing is getting the question on the ballot. If anybody here would like to sign it, I'll be happy to pass it to.
Thank you. We're going to go back on to our board agenda. Sir, please don't approach the building. We will reach, or the area. We will reach out to you if we're interested in signing the petition. Sir, please. Excuse me. We're going to go on with our board agenda, please. People will reach out to you if we're interested on our own personal time, not during a board meeting. Thank you. We're going to move on to our board agenda. Thank you. Okay. Thank you to everyone who took the time to voice their concerns and support or perspectives to the Board of Education. Common practice of the board is to follow up with public commenters after the board meeting as needed.
No, they do not want parents to have a consent for their children's medication.
Sir, what you're
or
stating is
medical
not true.
procedures. That is what you have just done.
We are here as in our board roles to
You are
operate
here
a
to
public board
present-
meeting.
You are here to represent the people of this community.
Moving on to approval of board meeting minutes. We have the approval of the Committee of the Whole and regular board meeting minutes, February 7th and February 20th of 2024. Does anybody have any changes to the minutes? Seeing none, those meeting minutes stand as presented. And item B, approval of closed session minutes from February 20th, 2024. Those meeting minutes stand as presented. Moving on to reports and presentations. Item 7 on our agenda, school year 24-25, staffing proposal and updates. Dr. Campbell?
Annually in March, the board receives an update on preliminary for both certified and classified staffing changes for the upcoming school year. And so tonight, please receive a presentation from my colleague, Dr. Jill Schumacher, who will provide these preliminary staffing proposals.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Education members and Dr. Campbell. For this evening's staffing update, and as we plan for next school year, I first just want to share with the board that we continue to both define and refine the work around projecting staffing needs and maximizing resources to achieve excellence, which is a key strategic goal and within the Student of Journey Excellence framework. This table here highlights some of the steps taken since the fall to support this work and ultimately staff our school district to meet the needs of our students. So looking at November, December, starting in the late fall, early winter, we did add preliminary staffing meetings, which occurred. This is where cabinet and principals discussed existing needs, the health of staffing in various areas within the school settings, and school-based requests from our building leaders. In January, in late December, I'd say, and throughout January, we really dug into enrollment and programmatic review of staffing need and synthesized building principal feedback from our preliminary meetings. That led into our full comprehensive staffing reviews with each of our school leaders. That team included representatives from HR, learning and teaching, student services, as well as finance and operations. We had allocations established and within each school, and that, again, those allocations are based on enrollment and student needs. Here we are in March. We're currently determining assignments both internally within schools and transfer scenarios. We're also identifying open positions to post and hire, continuing to advertise vacancies, not just our hard to fills from prior months, but now as we've identified, starting to identify open positions, making sure that we are advertising those successfully and recruiting via job fairs. And that really then leads into the work of our schools specific to master schedules, student schedule development within Power School SIS, and then HR and principals will continue to monitor enrollment and staffing needs subsequent between the point now where we have our initial allocations pretty well solidified up until when school starts. It's important to share that changes to staffing numbers in certified areas support the programmatic and instructional work, as well as decision-making between the cabinet and our board. Board presentations this fall and winter included programmatic and service delivery enhancements, specifically language pathway updates, and a middle school schedule change. More specifically, Churchville will be welcoming dual language programming in the fall with an additional course offering at Brian Sandberg for those students electing to remain at their zoned middle school. District 205 will also add transitional bilingual education, or TBE, services at York, our middle schools, and 2 elementary schools based on ISB requirements, and more importantly, identified student need in language services. We're excited that our middle schools will be moving to daily periods for all four core instructional areas, while maintaining elective and exploratory structures. These decisions are what is best for our school communities, and we are staffing appropriately to meet those needs. This next slide provides the board a visual of past, current, and future retirements. This data is a point of reference as we forecast some of our future vacancies and staffing needs. This slide shows the board anticipated certified FTE changes from this current year to next year. You can see the net increases on the far right, totaling 7.62 FTE difference. which accounts for the instructional updates just reshared, as well as special education and student services related needs. Our school and district administrators within the comprehensive staffing review process have really worked to maximize existing FTE within our system by making shifts and repurposing where feasible prior to the determination of additional needs denoted on this slide. As for classified staff, we are looking at this time at a position neutral plan across the job categories outlined both within our PSRP units as well as our SEIU. And just in summary, preliminary staffing for the 24-25 school year currently shows a 7.62 FTE certified increase. That is, again, inclusive of changes to the middle school schedule, expansion of dual language, and implementation of TBE programming across levels. These staffing allocations will be monitored throughout the spring and summer to reflect any changes in student enrollment and or learning needs. We are requesting in addition approval of 3 to 5.0 FTE to be filled, to be basically be filled as needed between now and the start of the year based on any type of enrollment or staffing needs. And we will continue to, again, looping back to the preliminary conversations we had with our building leaders, really look at those additional requests for consideration from our building principals. Currently, some do remain under review. And with that, I'll open it up to the questions from the board.
Questions, comments? Jim?
So I have the same comment that I expressed when we talked about this before, but when I joined the board in 2009, so I guess I have a little bit of a unique perspective on this. The board, and it does come down to the board, had in the previous years had hired multiple teachers. I don't know the number, but we had just built classrooms and had to staff those classrooms. And then the board also gave the teachers, certified staff, significant raises for each of 3 years. And in early 2010, it became apparent that there was not going to be enough money to pay the bills come the low cash flow point of the year in late May. And there was some talk about tax anticipation warrants, and those ended up not being necessary. The district just paid a few bills, a few of their May bills in June, and averted, a crisis, for lack of a better word. But then the district went about to set that imbalance straight, because our finances were upside down. We were not taking in enough money to pay our bills, including our salaries. And what resulted was having to ask our certified staff to take 2 years of 0 pay raises. And then, unfortunately, we had to lay off 56 people, maybe it was 54 people. But that was a pretty traumatic experience that I would not want to live through again, and I wouldn't want anyone on the board to have to live through it again. So whenever we talk about, over the last 10 years, we've added 100 students and 95 teachers, and this next year we're looking at adding 15 students and 7.5 teachers. So I just caution you to be very careful, to be very vigilant about making sure that we can afford what we're doing and who we're hiring, not only this year, but in years to come. So that's my cautionary tale. Thank you for listening.
Kara?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I know it was in the presentation, but if you could just kind of go over it a little more, because part of our additional staff is, we've hired more for all-day kindergarten, we've hired more for dual language, we've hired more for, so it's a lot of programming that was not around a long time ago or a decade ago. But in particular, this year, we have to hire additional EL staff. So could you just again highlight why that's needed? I know you kind of went over it in the presentation, but it is a significant number of staff, and just sort of highlight why that's needed for us at this time.
Well, specifically to EL, again, we have, I believe it was the September presentation, we talked about changes to language pathways, and at that time we shared that there would need to be an additional 2 staff at the middle school, Churchville specifically, to accommodate the dual language instruction, the associated positions with that. That were not previously offered within the system. In addition to at the elementary level, we have EL specialists in the TPI program, specifically ESL services to add services in TBE requires bilingual certification. It's another layer of service and programming that does have subsequent staffing implications with that. In terms of the middle school schedule piece, we really try to neutralize that the best we can, looking at existing staff and certifications. Again, we're still in the process of making those internal assignments to make sure that we're maximizing that FTE and determining the balance of necessary staffing positions accordingly. In particular, that science certification is a more rare certification, so there is additional need to round that out. But as you can see with the 0.76 across the system, we've stayed very, very steady within the Gen Ed certified. Special Ed certified, you can see that there's a 2.7 increase. Again, that's based on individual education plan and IEP needs. Included within that is our additional speech language pathologist positions. That was something that the principal group, in particular the elementary level, really saw as a need, and we went into the data to determine that those were areas where we needed to prioritize.
Can I just add, if you go back a slide to one more, sorry. I want to go to our offerings for our bilingual education programs. I think this is really important to understand within our community, is that we oftentimes in our recent community connection, we highlighted our dual language program. That is just one program that is offered in across our district to meet the needs of all of our English language learners. And so specifically as it relates to our growing population, which we showed data over the last 10 years of how our population of our EL students have grown. In addition to that, there are state mandates in terms of the continuum of services that are provided to meet the needs of those students. And so most recently, we've hit that threshold at 3 of our campuses that we're now having to provide that transitional bilingual education program, which is a TBE program, as my colleague has also mentioned, that requires some additional supports that also drives and have FTE certifications. So once again, the ask is continuing to make sure that we are closely monitoring the needs of our students, as well as making sure that we stay in compliance with the continuum of services that are provided to some of our learners that require additional support and services.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, because that's a little bit newer, and an additional need that we're required to fill. So, okay, thanks. That's it.
Jim?
If I can just emphasize, I'm not questioning the need, the state requirement. I'm just pointing out that in 2006 the community had passed a referendum to add a lot of classrooms to our elementary schools, to every single elementary school, and they passed a second referendum to staff them. But it was the combination of hiring people and increasing salaries that our expenses exceeded our income. And, while it was uncomfortable and awkward for the board to have to make a very tough decision, the people that really took the toll was our employees. And I just would hate to see that happen again. So my cautionary tale is just saying, please plan carefully and be very careful, because I wouldn't want to see it happen again.
Thank you. Noted and taken well. One of the things that the graph does not show is the level of reallocation of resources. So there are other places in which we've been able to reduce some of those resources to continue to meet the needs of our students. And so, Mr. Collins, I really appreciate that. That's top of mind for our team and has also been a part of the conversation when we've gone into these comprehensive staffing reviews with the administration. It's just so much more information behind being able to try to concisely educate the Board of Education as well as our community.
Beth?
Thank you for that. And I just want to highlight the fact that I know that your team, as you make changes, you carefully monitor those changes that you make and make sure that any adjustments being made are serving our students well and accomplishing what the goal that you set out to accomplish by making changes in those areas. So I just appreciate that constant, you're not just making changes to make changes. You go back and evaluate those changes constantly. And I appreciate that of your team. I know it's a lot of work, so thank you.
Just one question. I think we talked about this at finance a little bit. Chris, it might be more for you around the projections that we saw last week at Finance Committee. Did they include some of these staffing allocations?
Yes, the projections had 9 additional teaching staff in the projections.
Okay. So we're incorporating the request for more next year into our budget project process, which is great to hear. And we'll keep an eye on it because I don't think anybody wants to be where Jim is stating that we are, including the administrators around this table too. So anything else on the staffing proposal and updates? Okay, we'll move on to B, the update instructional materials selection and adoption for 24-25.
Thank you. I promise to be very brief, and thank you, Ms. Hassler, for a nice transition, because as you mentioned, it's important that we're constantly monitoring the effectiveness of our programs as well as our instructional materials to ensure that they're meeting the needs of our students. So I'm here to talk about one additional update to our instructional materials as we've identified opportunities for next year's school year and building off of the presentation that Carrie and I shared at last month's Board of Education meeting. You've seen this slide before. These are the 4 steps that we take to really unearth what are those continued priorities as we monitor progress and look at teacher and student data and the research-based practices to identify additional opportunities to elevate student outcomes. You've seen this slide as well, but this is just another highlight of how we utilize both student and teacher data as we're looking to explore opportunities. And so on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see our IAR achievement data for meeting and exceeding in green and blue from 2017 to 2023 or last spring. And so you can see that we are growing more students over time in our meeting and exceed categories, but there are still opportunities that exist. And so one of those opportunities that we've identified is within our middle grades 6, 7, and 8 ELA instruction. And so we've collected several sets of data from our teachers, but one to highlight is that usage data that's bolded in the right-hand red box on your screen. Just that 100% of our teachers report creating their own materials to teach writing. And writing and written expression and vocabulary continue to emerge from our IAR data as areas of opportunity for growth for our students. And so this is really a way to reflect on the need for a coherent approach and an integrated reading and writing experience for our students to build on the successes we've seen in grades K through 5 and continue that on their journey into the middle grades. I said I'd bring it back, and it's here.
Of course, as we audit our instructional materials in the middle grades and across all grades, we are really making sure that we're using those research-backed, evidence-based approaches. As we explored our instructional practices and materials in the middle grades for ELA, we particularly emphasize the language comprehension threads that you see around background knowledge, vocabulary, language structure, verbal reasoning, and literacy knowledge. Although word recognition is important, in the Tier 1 instruction in middle grades, we're really honing and emphasizing in on language comprehension. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see complexity, evidence, and knowledge as the 3 common core shifts that really need to be true in our materials and instructional practices. So using this research to evaluate practices and materials was very important this year as we were auditing and identifying next steps. So most recently, we had our ELA steering committee convene for the last time last week, and just wanted to highlight the resource that emerged as the top choice across all 3 middle schools in the components of language comprehension that I just highlighted. We utilized a D205 instructional materials rubric aligned with those components from Scarborough's Reading Rope, where school teams got to evaluate the 3 final resources under consideration. Amplify ELA rose as the highest curricular option scored by all 3 middle school teams. Additionally, each individual middle school teacher in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade across all 3 buildings were also able to vote and rank the materials. 95% of the 41 teachers that responded identified Amplify ELA as their top choice, and 100% identified Amplify ELA as either their top first or second choice. So building on this momentum and using that feedback from our teachers and our school leaders and the stakeholders involved in both the steering committee and across all of our middle schools, we're excited to share with you that we are presenting for 30-day public viewing, Amplify ELA in grades 6 to 8. That adds the Inquire Ed in grade 6, as well as the 2 resources in world language that Carrie and I presented on last month. That also adds the resources for math that we presented on last month. And in terms of our next steps, we're here today to present that additional ELA resource in grades 6 to 8 that will be both added to, or has been added to, the review form that is public on our website. And we have also added access to those digital materials on our website. And we are welcome the public to view these materials for the next 30 days. And then we will bring forth that recommendation for approval at the April 16th Board of Education meeting. So I'll open it if we have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Go ahead, Courtney.
Sorry, and you may have said this and I missed it. The social studies inquired grade 6, is there a grade 7 and 8 as part of that package? If so, is there a reason we're not incorporating it now like we are with the Amplify ELA?
Absolutely. That's a wonderful question. And so we have recently, the state of Illinois has recently revised the social studies standards, as well as there have been additional instructional mandates put forth for social studies. And so many of the high quality resources for social studies have only elevated their content up to grade 6, and with the intent to build out 7th and 8th grade in future years. So Inquire Ed is not the only resource that does not quite have 7th and 8th grade yet developed in alignment with those revised standards and instructional mandates. We will continue to explore coherent and complex resources for 7th and 8th grade social studies as we continue to gain feedback of teachers' experiences with 6th grade Inquire Ed, as well as we have a full rollout for K-5 Inquire Ed as well. But the resources are in beta right now and aren't available to fully roll out. This will also allow our teachers at the middle school level really time to digest and learn about the new standards and instructional mandates as they're reflecting on their practices and what needs to be changed in those materials that are currently. And so this does allow for a slower rollout to develop alongside our teachers. But with that being said, we will continue to work with the DuPage County. We've been working with individuals out of the Illinois Civics Hub to elevate and update those curricular materials in 7th and 8th grade. So that work will continue with those teachers in terms of elevating those instructional materials, even though we aren't fully adopting a curricular resource yet, and we'll continue to look at that.
Jim.
I just want to say what I say every time we have new curriculum materials that we put on display for a month before we adopt them. I encourage people within our community to take a look at them, to read them. And the administration has provided a form so that your voice is heard about your opinion about these materials. It's public education. The community's paying for them. The community gets a voice. So I encourage everyone to do so. I said this last month when we have some new curriculum materials on display. I said it to the PTA Council. I'm saying it tonight, and I've said it every year for the last several years. And
Appreciate the reminder. Anything else? All right, we'll move on to item C under reports and presentation, the insurance broker report.
Thank you. So we have a report on the RFP process that we've done for insurance broker. We have contracted with Assured Partners for the past 4 years, and their contract recently ended, and so we decided to do a thorough RFP process. And I want to thank the insurance selection committee. We spent 3.5 hours the first night with interviews, and then on the final round of interviews, another 2.5 hours, so 6 hours. All the insurance committee selection, the insurance selection committee spent on it. So I want to thank the HR department, the finance department, Dr. Kelly Henry and Jim Collins, along with the 3 union presidents, Darren Bliss from the SEIU Custodial and Maintenance, along with Monique Manuel from the PSRP and Mr. Dan Hall from the ETC. All were involved. It was a very engaging and thorough interview process. After all, we did reach consensus, and the committee all agreed to recommend Assured or Alliant. Alliant stood out throughout the process as the best option in order to help the insurance committee find solutions and ideas for strategies for cost containment and mitigating future premium increases. The Alliance team proposal was competitively priced, and their experienced team of professionals specialized in working with many school districts throughout the state of Illinois. So with that, the recommendation is to approve a 3-year contract with Alliant Insurance Services, Inc. from March 2024 through February 28, 2027 at $84,000 annually.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from the board? Just want to put this out there that we also had a discussion about this last week, right? Was this at finance? I'm blanking right now. No, it was not. I'm sorry. Ignore what I just said. Any questions, comments from the board? Kara.
Could you just, as you know, well, we had a 36% increase in our costs this past year. So could you just explain, kind of for the community, whatever, like, again, just highlighting what the broker does and, so that what is the, why are we changing, I guess? Could you just highlight that a little bit?
So the broker is kind of is the insurance expert, really, the consultant, and works closely with the insurance committee in educating and informing and discussing ideas and solutions to try and mitigate premium increases. We have had, so there's 2 portions of the expenses that we have for insurance. There's the fixed cost, that's the cost of insurance for stop loss, along with paying for network, administrative fees, carrier fees, that sort of thing. Those are fixed costs. That's a small portion of the overall cost. The biggest part of the cost are claims. And we've had a really bad run of claims, large claims and volume of claims, both in volume and in large claims. Just a significant experience in claims. So really the broker worked with the insurance committee to try and leave no stone unturned as far as trying to cost containment strategies. We looked at different carriers. We compared Blue Cross to Aetna and United Health. We looked at benchmarking. We looked at everything, plan design. And so that's really what the broker does, is to work with the insurance committee and try and find solutions to try and prevent what happened this year, which was a very significant increase in premiums.
Thank you, because I think, I know I said this before, so I'm going to sound like a broken record, but, a 36% increase is unsustainable, and the majority, 80-some% of our budget is salary and benefits, so that obviously is a significant amount of money, and it's unsustainable for us to continue to have that large of an increase. So hopefully this new broker will be able to help navigate some savings and for the future. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, we're definitely going to take a close look at pharmacy. We think, that's an area that definitely needs to be explored with the insurance committee. Pharmacy is the increases, the trend on pharmacy is more than the other areas. So that's a real significant area. We also have to look at network, the Blue Choice options is something that we looked at last year, and it definitely needs to be looked at again.
Any other comments from the board? Questions? Okay, thank you, Chris. We'll move on to item 8, which is the consent agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda?
Got it, Jim? I think it's D. Scoreboard.
Yeah, your mic's not
I
up.
have
There
to
you
turn
go.
my mic on and find the item in the consent agenda. Item 8D, approval of the York High School scoreboard. I'd like to pull that, please.
Sure. Can we have a motion for the consent agenda, not including item 8D, approve York High School scoreboard? Sorry.
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items: A, personnel report; B, financial reports; C, bids 2408, abatement Churchville, Hawthorne, Madison; E, approve donation of photography equipment; F, membership renewal, Illinois High School Association; G, appointment of school treasurer and resolution approving surety bond of treasurer. Is that it? Yes.
Second. That's it. Yeah. That's it? Okay, great. Sorry. A second?
Second.
Motion made by Mrs. Troutman, second by Ms. Caforio. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays. Motion passes. Okay, questions or comments on items that were removed? Item D, approve York High School scoreboard. Can I have a motion for that one item, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve 8D, York High School scoreboard.
Second.
Motion made by Mrs. Troutman, second by Ms. Caforio. Can we please call the vote? Oh, sorry, discussion. Hello, Athena. Yes. So open up to the board. Comments, Jim? Mm-hmm.
So we got a few letters about the cost of this project, and it is substantial. However, I think well, first of all, I should also point out that the city required the school district to have public meetings with people who lived within a certain number of feet of the stadium. Does anybody know how many feet that was? Was it 500?
500.
500. Oh, thank you, Todd. There
the
you
city
are.
actually sent me the list to send out the invitations to. So the list of the neighbors that we invited was from the city.
Okay, and then, and so we met with the neighbors that the city wanted us to meet with.
Yes.
All right, and we got their feedback.
Yes, we did.
Secondly, while the cost of the project is high, many other high schools have scoreboards of this caliber. And maybe what didn't come out in our previous discussions was the intent, and what the scoreboards allow us to do is sell advertising on them for local businesses. And that raises revenue for the school district to help pay for the project. If my understanding is correct, there's a new scoreboard at Hinsdale Central and Hinsdale South, and they have advertising contracts that paid either for more than the entire project or just about the entire project. And that's just one of the multiple advertising contracts that they'll have. And we intend to do something very similar. So I just wanted to point that out to people who contacted us. And Todd, my other question is, does the scoreboard itself make any noise?
No, it'll be run through the existing sound system that's out there.
Okay, so, and that sound system's not changing, is
No.
that correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thanks, that's,
The one thing on the cost of that, if I may on that, is with that cost, that is not just buying the scoreboard, removing the existing scoreboard, removing the existing steel beam structure, digging down, putting additional footings in, put new steel beams in there, and then welding up those beams and installing the new scoreboard, running the electrical through the conduit that we already put in underneath the track from the scoreboard to the electrical panel, and running the fiber optic connections from the scoreboard up to the press box and all the associated training and everything with that. So, and shipping costs. So it's a turnkey solution for us for the scoreboard. So that's just not the price of the scoreboard. It's installation and shipping along with that.
The entire project,
Yes.
not just the scoreboard. Got it. Any other comments from board members? Nope. Then we'll call the vote.
Thank you.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Moving on to the agenda action items. Item number letter A is approve the insurance broker. We just had this conversation, so we'll just go to the motion.
I move that the Board of Education approve a 3-year contract with Alliant Insurance Services Incorporated from March 1st, 2024 through February 28th, 2027 at $84,000 annually.
I'll second.
Motion made by Ms. Caforio, second by Dr. Henry. Any comments from the board? I'll just ask just in case. Seeing none, please call the vote.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item B is the bus transportation for student contract. Chris, would you like to comment?
Yeah, we talked about this last month. It's a 9.9% increase for the first student contract, and really what's driving the cost is the salaries and benefits and the attracting and retaining bus drivers, so we can make sure we get our kids to school on time.
Can we have a motion? Mike, sorry.
Turned it on, sorry. I move that the Board of Education approve the contract with First Student for 2024-25 school year as presented.
Second. A motion made by Dr. Henry, second by Ms. Assaf. Any comments from the board? Here.
Yeah, just, this is again a cost, like we have to have busing, and these costs really just continue to go up significantly each year and impact the budget. So there's no way around it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please call the vote.
Dr. Henry,
Yes.
Mrs. Assaf,
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
and Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes. 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Sorry, we're having trouble hearing each other on the mics up here, so, okay. That was B. So item C, bus transportation Cottage Hill contract. Chris?
Again, we talked about this last month. It's a 9.9 increase for Cottage Hill. Cottage Hill provides our special education busing, and similarly, it's attracting and retaining drivers is what's driving the cost.
Great, can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the contract with Cottage Hill for the 24-25 school year as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Hassler, second by Ms. Assaf. Can we please call a vote?
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Assaf,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Dr. Henry,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio,
Yes.
and Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item D is facility use fee 2425. I'm going to go back to Mr. Welton on this one.
Yes, we discussed this facility rental usage agreement 2024-25 at the Finance and Operations Committee meeting last week. This recommendation is a 5% increase for the facility rental usage fees in order to keep pace with the costs. And really, we're just shooting to break even on providing the facility rental to our organizations. We meet with them in July to try and maximize the usage of York Fieldhouse and all of our school buildings, so that it's being used by the community as frequently as possible.
Thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the facility rental usage fees for the 2024-2025 school year as outlined in the facility rental usage agreement.
I'll second.
Motion made by Dr. Henry, second by Ms. Troutman. Any comments from the board? No. Thank you. We can please call the vote.
Dr. Henry,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Assaf,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio,
Yes.
and Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item E is student fees 2024-25. Mr. Welton?
Yes, we talked about this at the Finance and Operations Committee last week. The EC or preschool through 8th grade fees are very flat. The only change we have in fees is the 8th grade cap and gown is being incorporated into the registration fees, where it used to be billed separately. Now we're incorporating it into the registration fees. And so it's really not an increase, just kind of incorporating it into the registration fee.
Thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the 2024-2025 student fees for grade EC through 8 and high school as presented.
I'll second.
Motion made by Mrs. Assaf, second by Ms. Hassler. Can we please call the vote? Or sorry, any comments by the board? Yeah, Kelly.
I did the EC8 ones, but not.
Chris, I know we talked about this before, and I just wanted to point it out for the community and clarify. that all-day kindergarten will continue to be tuition-based next year and the foreseeable future until the state mandates the program for 2027, 2028. And I just also want to point out that the cost has not increased since the inception of all-day kindergarten, so it is a great value for families who choose to go that route. You know, the tuition covers the cost of staff and expenses, so thank you. I just want to clarify that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Can we please call the vote?
You know, I didn't talk, I just want to briefly talk about the York fees before the vote, because I think the motion was for both. Was it?
Yes, the motion includes both.
All right, so just briefly on the York fees, we had just very minor changes. The math workbooks and the rhetoric workbooks are consumables, and those are going to be course fees in 24-25. So the math is a $32 course fee, and the rhetoric is a $42 course fee. And the cost of the Chromebook has increased from $433 to $459. The technology department has done a lot of work in making sure that we have a Chromebook that will last for the entire high school 4 years.
Thanks for clarifying. Any other comments? Now we can call the vote.
Mrs. Assef?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item 9F is the resolution authorizing notice of dismissal to non-tenured teachers other than final year probationary teachers. I believe this one goes to Joe.
Yep. This is an annual personnel item. We ask tonight that the board approve the resolution authorizing notice of dismissal to non-tenured teachers, those in years 1 through 3, not in their final probationary year.
Thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution authorizing notice of dismissal to non-tenured teachers other than final year probationary teachers.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Caforio, second by Ms. Assef. Can we please, or sorry, do we have any comments from the board? Keep messing that one up today. Joe, just a question. This is a standard procedure that we do every year. I just wanted to point that out.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. Anything else? Can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Assef?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item G is the resolution authorizing the honorable dismissal of teachers.
Yes, similarly, also an annual action item. We ask that the board approve the resolution authorizing the honorable dismissal of teachers. This includes staff that are both non-tenured and part-time, as well as those on a one-year only contract. Staff are subject to recall based on placement needs.
Thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution authorizing the honorable dismissal of teachers.
I'll second.
Motion made by Ms. Assef, second by Dr. Henry. Are there any comments from the board? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Mrs. Assef?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item 10 on the agenda is the superintendent's communication. We'll turn it over for A to Dr. Campbell.
One FOIA request for administrator information granted. One FOIA request for contract information granted. One FOIA request for specific FOIA request granted. One FOIA request for specific FOIA request granted. One FOIA request for printer contracts not in possession.
Thank you. Moving to B, communication highlights.
Thank you very much. In the spirit of continuous improvement and ensuring that our work is in direct alignment with the strategic plan, the communications team is regularly looking for additional ways to provide clear, accessible, and consistent communications to the entire community through the use of a wide variety of tools, as well as identifying and consistently promoting district successes aligned with the journey of excellence. Bless you. Tonight, I would like to introduce a new video series that my team has created, which was developed in direct alignment with these objectives, with the ultimate goal of providing additional opportunities to continuously share updates and information with our entire community. Hall Pass with Dr. Campbell was created. This video series will consist of Dr. Campbell interviewing students and staff on a particular topic. Tonight's video shares an interview with the York Gymnastics team and coach shortly after being named both regional and conference champions. The next video in this series, where Dr. Campbell interviews Kate Cortez, instructional coach at Edison Elementary School, has already been recorded and will be released very soon. These videos can be watched on the Hall Pass playlist on the district YouTube page. Please enjoy.
I am so excited because I am here with our amazing conference and regional girls gymnastic team. Oh my gosh, so I'm told that we have not brought home this level of championship since 1988 for conference and 2001 for regional. Is that correct? Yeah! So like, how did you feel like in that moment holding that trophy? Like, what did that feel like?
I was so overjoyed. I mean, in my 4 years of high school, we hadn't won something, and winning this for the first time since like 36 years, it was huge, and I was so excited.
Oh my gosh. So like, I'm curious, like before a meet, do you all have like any kind of like superstition or things that you all do?
Definitely. During meets and before meets, it's only positive talk. Any negative talk, go knock on wood. Don't jinx us.
And do you all knock on wood? You all do that. Okay. So outside of your amazing coach, who is just simply amazing. I mean, everything about her, her spirit, I can tell her energy. I can tell she has very high expectations for you all. Like, what do you enjoy about the program? What is so special about being a part of this team?
Definitely the team. Yeah, like the team. Yeah, the girls. Yeah, I love all these girls. We're so tight, and we practice every day for hours, and we're just nonstop supporting each other. It's amazing.
We're just so connected as a team. We all get each other. It's amazing.
No matter the ups and downs.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, all right, ladies. Well, I'm up here. I'm ready. Will you all teach me maybe something? I gotta get a little warm up here. We can. Okay, all right, excellent. Well, congratulations. I can't tell you how proud I am of our entire district for how you represented and continue to push. And let's keep going.
Very nice, thank you. What a catchy addition to the video series, Hall Pass. I like the name and everything.
If you're a ESPN fan, you may know Jay Bilas does 94 feet with people. He walks, I think that's the length of a basketball court, I hear. Obviously, I didn't know about this before Garrett brought it to me. But yeah, he was inspired by that, and so it's along those lines. So the next
Thanks
one
for the explanation. I did not understand the walking part. I was like,
yes. And with a large group, the walking was a little difficult. The next one is a lot smoother in the next video.
Very good. Okay. Thank you. All right. Item 11 is board communications. Board members present reports and or share information to the full board. And I think we have a couple today. Kelly, would you like to go first? Sure.
I just wanted to highlight for the community and for the board a presentation I attended today for D205 middle school families. It was presented by Sandburg PTA and school counselors and DuPage NAMI, which NAMI is the National Alliance on Mental Illness NAMI is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to provide support, advocacy, and education in order to improve the quality of life of individuals with mental illness and their families, and also to help eliminate the stigma of mental illness, create awareness, and to support and empower all people impacted by mental health conditions. So today, a representative from DuPage NAMI was a guest speaker at Sandburg, and she introduced ways to best support our students and our kids who may be experiencing depression, anxiety, or other mental health challenges. So she had a full presentation of statistics, warning signs, how to talk to your child if you're noticing something going on, how to talk to the school and questions to ask, finding the right resources for your child, and what to do in a crisis situation. The full presentation will be available next week in the Sandburg PTA meeting minutes, and it's also on the slides are on the NAMI DuPage Youth Services website, and also in addition with additional information on the services they provide, such as parent support groups, teen support groups, LGBTQ plus support groups, social media workshops, relationship workshops, and a whole lot more. So their website is namidupage.org, NAMIDUPAGE.org. The presentation was really well attended by D205 middle school parents. Again, it was at Sandburg, but there were also O'Brien and Churchville parents there too. So it was a great turnout. And NAMI is an important and valuable resource for our parents and families. So I encourage community members to visit their website.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Many parents always looking for resources. Glad the PTA brought them in and had a captive audience today. Beth?
I just wanted to talk a little bit about Mrs. Caforio, and I attended the DuPage Division meeting on March 5th, the dinner, and there was a couple of things that came up I just wanted to share with board members. The division meetings are an opportunity for board members to connect, and there's always a presentation. This time it was on SEL, and there was a legislative report and some other reports. But a couple things that they highlighted is there is a committee called Advocacy Ambassadors that is being enhanced, and they're asking for people to join them in their advocacy efforts. And what they're trying to do is, as they're looking at these legislative topics that are coming up, they're looking for board members to kind of tell their story. What does it look like? What do these things look like in your district, as far as funding and how they look in your schools, and to try to make it more personal when they're talking to state representatives and such about these topics. So they're looking for people to join them. The information is on the IASB website if anybody's interested in doing that. It's not a huge time commitment. And then also there's a new podcast, newer podcast called Inside IASB that has a lot of resources for board members as well. I just wanted to call that to everyone's attention.
Very good. And just a final note that Ms. Caforio, Ms. Troutman, go ahead, myself, and Dr. Campbell went to the Elmhurst University breakfast this past week, which was a wonderful moment to see not just what Elmhurst University students are doing, but to really celebrate the partnership that the university has with the district, the city, the hospital, and really everything that Elmhurst has to offer. So thank you to the board members and Dr. Campbell who attended that meeting. Anything else from any other board members? No. All right. Upcoming meetings, April 3rd, 2024, we have a policy meeting at 5:30 p.m. here at District 205 Center. April 16th, 2024, we have a regular Board of Education meeting at 7 p.m. here at District 205 Center. And we are not going to... Yes, we are not going to adjourn. We are actually going to make a motion to go back into closed session. So can I have a motion, please?
I move that the board move back into closed session for the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1, collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. 5 ILCS 122C2, discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.065 ILCS 2C21.
I'll second.
Thank you, and before we call the vote, I just want to make it clear that there will be no action taken at the end of our board meeting after closed session. The motion was made by Mrs. Troutman, the second was Ms. Hassler. Can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. The board will move into closed session and close our open session at 8:46. Thank you. The board has now moved back into open session, and we are adjourned at 9:50 p.m. Thank you.